Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting the subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. Fire rained from a copper sky as Mount Erythor, dormant for 1,000 years, violently awakened. The ancient volcano belched forth rivers of molten fury that devoured the verdant valleys of Highcrown like a ravenous beast. In the observatory of celestial harmony, perched upon the crystalline spires of Azurhold, Gandalf clutched his chest and fell to his knees. The ancient wizard's silver beard trembled as pain lanced through his being. A pain that transcended the physical, the agony of a world falling out of balance. "The pillar of fire," he whispered, eyes fixed upon a distant point no mortal could perceive. "It falters." For millennia, the 5 pillars of firmament had maintained the equilibrium between the mortal realm and the elemental dimensions. Earth, air, water, fire, and ether, each pillar a cosmic anchor, tethering the primal forces to the tapestry of creation. As the last surviving guardian of the pillars, Gandalf alone could feel the dissonance reverberating through the very fabric of existence. He rose with effort, his aged frame belying the power that had once flowed through him like quicksilver. From the observatory's central dais, he gazed out across the 7 kingdoms. To the east, the great forest of Evernight burned unchecked, ancient trees that had witnessed the rise and fall of empires now reduced to ash in hours. To the south, Seraphina's homeland of Solaris lay half-consumed by unexpected volcanic eruptions that had turned fertile plains into blackened wastelands. The evidence was undeniable. The Pillar of Fire had been corrupted. "It was only a matter of time," came a gravelly voice from behind. Thordak Ironfist emerged from the shadows, his stout dwarven frame adorned with the runic regalia of a master geomancer. The ancient dwarf's eyes, amber as aged whiskey, reflected centuries of wisdom and sorrow. "You knew this day would come," Thordak continued, his tone accusatory yet tinged with sympathy. "We all did." Gandalf turned slowly, the weight of ages upon his shoulders. "Knowledge does not ease the burden, old friend." "The prophecy of Emberfall was never meant to unfold in our lifetime. And yet here we stand," Thordak replied, gesturing toward the burning world beyond. "The age of wonders draws to its close. The age of men approaches." Gandalf's gnarled hand tightened around his staff. The arcane crystals embedded within its twisted heart were dimming noticeably. His magic was fading, as it was for all beings of power. "The corruption of the Fire Pillar was merely the beginning. Not if the Council has its way," Gandalf murmured, memories of an ancient betrayal surfacing like corpses in still water. "They will return to ensure the prophecy remains unfulfilled." "Even if it means destroying what remains?" Thordak asked, though he already knew the answer. Gandalf did not reply. Instead, he gathered his midnight blue robes and strode toward the observatory's spiraling crystal staircase. "We must find Valyrian," he announced. "The Emberheart Forge awaits him." Valyrian wiped sweat from his brow as he hammered the glowing metal, each strike precise and purposeful. The young blacksmith's workshop in the highland village of Coldwater had once been famed throughout the region for producing blades of exceptional quality. Now it stood as one of the few structures still intact after 3 days of unceasing tremors. He paused, lifting the half-formed dagger to examine his work. With a practiced motion, he drew a small blade across his palm and allowed several drops of his blood to fall upon the heated metal. The steel hissed and seemed to drink in the crimson offering, veins of ruby light spreading through the metal like frost across a window pane. A rare gift, blood forging, the ability to imbue metal with magical properties through one's own life essence. Few possessed such talent, and fewer still could wield it without withering away after a handful of creations. The workshop door burst open, revealing Princess Seraphina of Solaris. Once resplendent in royal regalia, she now wore battle-scarred armor, her golden hair tied back in a warrior's braid, her eyes hardened by the fall of her kingdom. "They're coming," she announced without preamble, her hand resting on the hilt of her flame blade. 2 figures approaching from the north, one tall, one short. Valyrian's brow furrowed. "Soldiers? Refugees?" "Neither," she replied, her expression grim. "The tall one wears the robes of an archmage. The shorter appears to be a dwarf." Valyrian's heart raced. Stories of wizards had filled his childhood, tales of wonder and terror in equal measure. Since the cataclysms began, such beings had become figures of suspicion. Many villages had turned against practitioners of the arcane arts, blaming them for the world's suffering. Yet before he could respond, the air in the center of his workshop shimmered and folded upon itself. Where empty space had been a moment before, 2 figures now stood, a tall, ancient man with a silver beard that reached his waist, and a stout dwarf whose intricate armor gleamed with embedded gemstones. "Valyrian Blackblood," the wizard spoke, his voice resonant with power despite its gentleness. "I am Gandalf, guardian of the pillars, and we have need of your unique talents." The forge beneath the crystalline mountains roared with heat that would have reduced an ordinary man to ash in seconds. The Emberheart forge, ancient when the mountains themselves were young, had not been awakened in 2,000 years. Now its primordial flames cast dancing shadows across the vast cavern as Valyrian worked the legendary anvil. Gandalf watched from a safe distance, leaning heavily upon his staff. Each passing day diminished his powers further. What once would have been trivial magics now required tremendous effort, and the greater workings, the spells that had earned him renown across the realms, lay increasingly beyond his reach. "You never told us what corrupted the fire pillar," Seraphina said, her voice cutting through his reverie. The princess warrior stood beside him, her eyes never leaving Valyrian as he worked. What ancient evil could possess such power?" Gandalf remained silent for a long moment. Thordak, tending to the forge's ancient mechanisms nearby, cast him a knowing glance. "Not what day," Gandalf finally answered, "but who?" Before he could elaborate, the cavern trembled violently. Stalactites crashed down around them as a deafening roar echoed through the mountain. Valyrian stumbled away from the forge, clutching the red-hot fragment of the stellar heart he had been shaping. "They've found us," Thordak growled, drawing his runic warhammer. "The council arrives." Through the grand entrance of the forge chamber appeared 3 figures, each radiating power that bent the light around them. They wore robes of deepest crimson, emblazoned with the symbol of an eye wreathed in flame. "Gandalf the Grey," spoke the central figure, pulling back his hood to reveal a face both ageless and ancient. "Did you truly believe we would allow you to undo our great work?" "Magister Pyranthus," Gandalf acknowledged, straightening despite his weariness. Still determined to hold back the tide with cupped hands. "I see. We preserved the Age of Wonders," Pyranthus thundered, his eyes glowing with inner fire. When you abandoned our cause, we acted to save all that is magical in this world. By corrupting the fire pillar, Seraphina interjected, her flame blade drawn and gleaming. My kingdom lies in ashes because of your preservation. Piranthus barely spared her a glance. Regrettable but necessary. The prophecy was clear. If the pillars remained pure, the dominion of mortal men would rise, and magic would fade from the world. And so you tipped the scales, Gandalf said quietly. Knowing the imbalance would eventually bring catastrophe. A controlled destruction, the Magister replied, from which we would rebuild a world where magic reigns supreme. We three are all that remain of the Council of 13, the rest lost to time or treachery. Yet our resolve has never wavered. Valyrian stepped forward, the fragment of the stellar heart now cooled to a pulsing ruby glow in his hands. Blood dripped from countless small cuts along his arms, the price of his craft. You speak of preservation, the young smith said, his voice gaining strength with each word, but I see only destruction. You fear a world where ordinary men might stand as your equals? Silence, blood forger, snarled one of Piranthus's companions, raising a staff crackling with energy. Your kind are mere tools, gifted with a fraction of true power to serve your betters. Gandalf moved with surprising swiftness, placing himself between Valyrian and the council members. Enough, Vorlocks. The boy speaks truth you have long forgotten. The cavern trembled again, more violently than before. Cracks spread across the ancient ceiling, and the Emberheart forge flared with unnatural intensity. The corruption spreads, Thordak warned, examining the runes on his wrist guard. The fire pillar's degradation accelerates. We have hours, not days, before cascading failure begins. Stand aside, Gandalf, Piranthus commanded. We will not allow the forging of a new anchor for the pillar. I stood with you once, Gandalf replied, his voice heavy with regret. Centuries ago, I helped create this imbalance, believing as you did that we preserved something precious. I was wrong. We all were. He raised his staff, its crystals flickering weakly. The prophecy of Emberfall does not foretell the end of magic, merely its transformation. A world where wonder is accessible to all, not hoarded by the few. Piranthus laughed bitterly. Always the idealist. Very well then, let us settle this as we once did in the old days. The council members spread out, their combined power causing the air itself to shimmer and distort. Gandalf stood alone, his diminished strength a pale shadow against their concentrated might. Yet he did not falter. On to Valyrian, he called without taking his eyes from his former brethren. Complete the forging. Seraphina, Thordak, protect him at all costs. The battle erupted with blinding intensity, elemental forces clashing in a symphony of destruction. Piranthus hurled searing comets of concentrated fire, while his companions unleashed torrents of corrupted energy. Gandalf's defenses, once impenetrable, now buckled under each assault. Behind the magical conflagration, Valyrian returned to the forge, the fragment of the stellar heart clutched in bleeding hands. Seraphina and Thordak formed a protective barrier around him as he worked, deflecting stray energies from the titanic confrontation. It requires a final binding, Valyrian shouted over the cacophony, or a catalyst of power to stabilize the anchor. My blood has shaped it, he continued, raising the nearly complete artifact, but it needs more, the essence of one who understands the pillars. As if hearing these words, despite the chaos of battle, Gandalf retreated toward the forge, maintaining a shimmering barrier that weakened with each step. His robes were singed, his beard partially burned away, yet determination burned in his ancient eyes. The council was right about one thing, he said, reaching Valyrian's side. A sacrifice is required. Without hesitation, he pressed his palm against the newly forged anchor. Power flowed from him into the artifact, not just magic, but knowledge, memory, the very essence of his being as a guardian. The anchor flared with blinding light, patterns of cosmic significance etching themselves across its surface. Gandalf fell to his knees, suddenly looking every one of his countless years. Yet as his personal power dimmed, the anchor brightened, pulsing with the rhythm of creation itself. "It is done," he whispered. Valyrian raised the completed anchor high. The council members faltered in their attacks, momentarily transfixed by the perfect balance of energies contained within the artifact, the very thing they had sought to prevent. "Or the fire pillar will be restored," Gandalf announced, his voice gaining strength despite his weakened state. "The balance will return. And yes, the Age of Wonders as we knew it will evolve into something new. Not an ending, a transformation." Piranthus lowered his hands, a look of defeat and perhaps, though none could be certain, a flicker of relief crossing his ancient features. "You've doomed us all to mediocrity," he said, but the fire had gone out of his words. "I freed us all to discover what wonders truly await," Gandalf replied. As Valyrian stepped forward with the completed anchor, the cavern filled with light that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. The corrupted energies that had torn through the world began to subside, drawn toward a new equilibrium. The Age of Wonders was ending. The Age of Man was beginning, and Gandalf, last guardian of the old ways, smiled at the dawn of something new, something he had once feared, but now embraced as the natural order of a world in constant evolution. The pillars of firmament would stand, transformed but unbroken, guardians of a balance that would outlast them all. Story 2. The twilight mists curled around the broken towers of Mistral like spectral fingers, neither fully of this world nor entirely of the next. Where once the grand city had bustled with life and light, now only whispers remained. Whispers and the shuffling forms of those caught between life and death. The veil was tearing, had been tearing for weeks now, and with each passing night, more of the dead crossed into the realm of the living. Standing atop the fractured eastern wall, a solitary figure surveyed the devastation below. His face was partially obscured by a deep hood, but those who glimpsed beneath it spoke of eyes that shimmered with starlight and sorrow in equal measure. The locals called him Magistrate Obsidian, a mysterious wanderer who alone seemed immune to the touch of the spectres. None knew his true name, nor the burden he carried. None save Gandalf himself. 3 moons prior, he had fallen in the Battle of Ravenspire, his mortal form pierced by the Shadow Lord's obsidian blade. He remembered the sensation of falling, of darkness claiming him, only to awaken in the strange half-light of the between, that liminal space where the living cannot tread and the dead do not linger. He was neither fully alive nor completely dead, existing in a state of perpetual twilight, able to move between the worlds, but belonging to neither. "The price of victory," he murmured, his voice carrying the echo of distant bells, though perhaps not its final cost. A chill wind brought the scent of decay and enchantment mingled. Gandalf turned, his spectral form becoming more corporeal as he stepped from the wall and descended into what remained of Mistral's eastern quarter. The few survivors who remained gave him a wide berth, their eyes wide with superstitious fear. All save one, a thin girl of perhaps 16 summers who sat cross-legged in the center of what had once been the market square. Isolde did not turn her head as he approached, though her milky white eyes stared unseeing past him into realms beyond mortal perception. The threads unraveled faster than before. "Grey Wanderer," she said, her voice carrying the timbre of someone much older than her years. 3 more villages fell in the night. The dead walk among the living, and the living flee before them. Gandalf knelt beside her, studying the intricate patterns she had traced in the dust before her, symbols of ancient power that few now remembered. "You've seen the cosmic loom," he said. It was not a question. Isolde nodded. "In dreams and visions, it lies beyond the Whispering Woods, in the heart of the Ashen Mountains." The Tesselois Astrai built their final sanctuary there before they were hunted to extinction. "Not extinction," Gandalf corrected gently. "One remains somewhere." "Yes," Isolde agreed. "One remains. But whether they will aid us or doom us remains shrouded even from my sight." A disquieting howl echoed through the ruins, too close for comfort. Gandalf rose, his hand instinctively reaching for a staff that was no longer there. Instead, his fingers closed around the hilt of Shadowcleaver, the sword he had claimed from the very Shadow Lord who had slain him. "We should not linger," he said. "The Wraiths grow bolder as dusk approaches." "We are not alone," Isolde said, her head tilting slightly. From the shadows of a collapsed building, a tall figure emerged, bow drawn and arrow nocked. His face was weathered by sun and sorrow, with a scar running from temple to jaw on the right side. His eyes, deep amber in the fading light, held the haunted look of one who had seen too much. "Ezra," Gandalf acknowledged, lowering his hand from the sword. "Magistrate," the bounty hunter replied, his voice rough as gravel. "Or should I call you by your true name now, Gandalf the Grey?" "Names have power in this twilight time," Gandalf cautioned. "But yes, among friends, I am still Gandalf." Ezra lowered his bow but did not unstring it. "The northern passage is clear, for now. If we're to reach the Ashen Mountains before the next full moon, we should depart immediately." "The blind girl slows us down," he added, though there was no malice in his words, merely pragmatism. "Isolde sees paths hidden from our eyes," Gandalf replied. "Without her, we would wander in darkness." As if summoned by their conversation, a silver-grey wolf padded silently from the mist, its eyes gleaming with an intelligence far beyond that of a natural beast. Ghostly light shimmered along its fur, and each pawprint left a momentary glow upon the ground. "Whisper returns," Isolde said, smiling for the first time. The spirit wolf approached Gandalf, and images flashed through his mind. Spectres flooding through a breach in the Vale 2 leagues north, a caravan of refugees fleeing south, and deeper, darker visions of the cosmic loom, its threads unraveling like a tapestry left too long in the sun. "The breach widens," Gandalf translated for the others. "We have less time than I feared." Isolde rose gracefully, her hand finding Ezra's arm without hesitation. The bounty hunter's face softened momentarily as he guided her forward. "What awaits us in the Ashen Mountains?" Ezra asked, "beyond the obvious dangers of the journey." Gandalf's expression grew grave. "The cosmic loom, the ancient artifact the Tesselois Astrais used to weave and maintain the veil. With it, we might be able to repair the damage, to restore the boundary between the realms." What he did not say, what he could not yet bring himself to reveal, was the price such repair would demand. The loom required more than mere operation. It required a soul to become the very warp and weft of the veil itself. A living sacrifice bound for eternity between the worlds. Once, long ago, he had helped forge the original veil. He remembered the screams of his brother wizard as the man's essence was drawn into the fabric of reality itself. He remembered turning away, unable to watch, as his friend became something both more and less than human, an eternal guardian, conscious but never again corporeal. Now, as they set forth from the ruins of Mistral, Gandalf wondered if his half-existence might finally serve a greater purpose. Perhaps this was why he had been spared complete death, to become the new Vale, to make the ultimate sacrifice. The path ahead wound through the twisted remains of what had once been fertile farmland. Now the fields lay blighted, crops withered and blackened where the dead had passed. In the distance, the whispering woods loomed, their ancient trees standing sentinel at the edge of the known world. Beyond them, shrouded in perpetual mist, the Ashen Mountains awaited. "We'll make camp at Ravenstone Crossing," Ezra announced, pointing to a ridge in the near distance. "Defensible position, clear lines of sight." "No fire tonight," Gandalf cautioned. "The spectres are drawn to light and warmth." As they walked, Isolde hummed a strange, haunting melody. A weaving song, she called it, when Ezra asked. One of the few remaining artifacts of the Techeloisa Strace, forgotten lore. "They say the last of the weavers vanished a century ago," she explained. "That when Magistrate Thorn of the Southern Kingdoms ordered their execution, the final weaver cursed him with visions of the Vale's collapse." "Not entirely accurate," Gandalf murmured, memories of that terrible day surfacing unbidden. He had been there, had tried to intervene, too late. The last weaver did not curse him. She showed him the truth, that without the weavers to maintain it, the Vale would eventually fail. What Thorn saw drove him mad, but it was no curse, merely the future unfolding. Whisper growled suddenly, hackles rising as the mists before them churned and darkened. From the swirling grey emerged a figure, or what had once been a figure. Now it was little more than a suggestion of humanity, its form translucent and distorted, face locked in a silent scream. "Wraith," Ezra hissed, arrow knocked in one fluid motion. "Stay behind me," Gandalf commanded, drawing Shadow Cleaver. The blade hummed with a somber note, its edge glinting with cold starlight. The wraith paused, empty eyes fixing on the sword. "It recognizes the blade," Isolde whispered. "It fears it." "As well it should," Gandalf replied grimly. He raised the sword, its light cutting through the gloom. "Return to your rest, troubled spirit. Your time in this realm has passed." For a moment, the wraith seemed to hesitate, its form wavering like smoke in a breeze. Then, with a keening wail that sent ice through their veins, it surged forward. Gandalf moved with a grace that belied his ancient appearance. Shadowcleaver traced a gleaming arc through the air, connecting with the wraith's insubstantial form. Where the blade touched, the spectre's misty essence parted, unraveling like thread from a spool. The wraith's scream faded to a whisper, then to silence. As its form dissolved into the growing darkness, Ezra lowered his bow slowly. "I've seen men fight wraiths before. None survived the encounter. I am not precisely a man anymore," Gandalf said quietly, sheathing the sword. "Nor are these precisely wraiths. They are souls caught in the tear, neither fully dead nor truly alive, much like myself." Isolde's unseeing eyes tracked the dissipating mist. "They suffer," she said softly. "Torn from their proper rest, confused and angry. All the more reason to reach the loom," Gandalf replied, his resolve hardening. "This torment must end, for them and for all who will follow if the veil continues to unravel." As night fell completely, the three travelers and their spectral wolf companion crested the ridge at Ravenstone Crossing. Below them, the land stretched out like a tapestry of shadow and silver, the moonlight catching on streams and the occasional ruins of civilization. In the far distance, beyond the dark tangle of the whispering woods, The ashen mountains rose like the spine of some ancient, slumbering beast. Somewhere among those peaks lay the cosmic loom, and with it, the means to restore the veil, at a price Gandalf had not yet revealed to his companions. As they made camp in the shadow of the standing stones, Gandalf gazed up at the stars, wondering if they would be the last he would ever see as himself. For to become the veil was to become everything and nothing, omnipresent yet never truly present, aware yet unable to interact, an eternal twilight existence, watching over the balance between life and death, but participating in neither. "A fitting end," he whispered to the uncaring stars, "for one who has already died once." Behind him, Isolde stirred in her light sleep, troubled by visions of what was to come. Ezra maintained his stoic watch, arrow nocked, eyes scanning the darkness for threats, and Whisper, the spirit wolf, lay with head-on paws, its ghostly eyes reflecting knowledge too ancient for words. Tomorrow, they would enter the Whispering Woods, where the dead and living walked side by side, and the path to the Ashen Mountains and their destiny would truly begin. Story 3. Golden light spilled across the alabaster steps of the Grand Temple of Oradoria, casting long shadows as the millennial festival reached its crescendo. 1,000 lanterns illuminated the ancient spires of the royal city, their glow reflected in the crystalline waters of the river Lumina that wound through the heart of the kingdom like a silver serpent. Banners of azure and gold fluttered in the gentle breeze, bearing the emblem of the Luminar dynasty, a sun cradling a crescent moon, symbolizing the unbroken line of rulers who had guided this realm through a millennium of prosperity. Within the temple's hallowed halls, Princess Eleniel knelt before the high priestess, her silver-white hair cascading down her slender back like a moonlit waterfall. The assembled nobility held their breath as the crown of 1,000 souls, a masterpiece of enchanted platinum and spiraling moonstone that seemed to capture constellations within its depths, was lifted from its velvet cushion. Gandalf stood among the council of royal advisors, his wizened face betraying nothing of the unease that twisted in his chest. For 5 generations, he had served as guardian of that crown, keeper of its secrets, and protector of the terrible truth it contained. Now, as Eleniel prepared to accept the burden of rulership, the ancient wizard could not shake the premonition of impending doom that had plagued his dreams for weeks. "Oh, by the ancient covenant of the stars," intoned the high priestess, her voice resonating through the marble chamber, "we crown thee, Eleniel Luminar, keeper of the sacred flame, voice of the ancestors, and sovereign of the blessed realm of Oradoria." The crown hovered momentarily above the princess's bowed head, suspended by ceremonial magic that had been practiced for 1,000 years. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly as the crown began to glow with an otherworldly light, the souls of former monarchs stirring within its enchanted metal, ready to impart their wisdom to the new ruler. The moment froze in a tableau of sacred tradition, then shattered into chaos. A shadow, deeper than the absence of light, erupted from behind the ceremonial altar. It moved like living darkness, tendrils of void stretching across the sacred space with impossible speed. The high priestess stumbled backward, her chant interrupted as the crown of 1,000 souls was violently wrenched from her grasp by unseen forces. "The prophecy is fulfilled," hissed a voice that seemed to emanate from everywhere and nowhere. "The Luminar deception ends tonight." Guards rushed forward, their enchanted blades drawn, but the shadow contracted into a humanoid figure cloaked in midnight robes. A pale hand emerged, grasping the crown, and for a brief moment, the thief's face was illuminated by the artifact's inner light, revealing features that mirrored Eleniel's own with uncanny precision. save for eyes black as obsidian, where hers were violet. Niktos, Gandalf breathed, the name escaping his lips before he could contain it. The shadow mage, a figure of nightmare tales told to frighten disobedient children, turned toward the wizard, a smile of cruel recognition spreading across his face. "The Guardian speaks my name," Niktos said, his voice carrying despite its softness. How fitting that you should witness the undoing of your grand deception, Gandalf the Grey." Before anyone could react, the Shadow Mage dissolved into darkness once more, crown in hand, leaving nothing but swirling mist and confusion in his wake. Silence reigned for 3 heartbeats, then erupted into pandemonium. "Seize the wizard!" roared Lord Commander Balthazar of the Royal Guard, his weathered face contorted with fury. He spoke the thief's name. He knew this would happen. Gandalf found himself surrounded by the very guards he had helped train, their expressions a mixture of anger and betrayal. Princess Elenial stood frozen by the altar, her coronation interrupted, her destiny stolen along with the crown. "I trusted you," she whispered, her voice carrying to him despite the chaos. "Above all others." It was that quiet accusation, more than the rough hands that seized his arms or the pronouncement of his arrest, that pierced Gandalf's ancient heart. The dungeons beneath the Crystal Palace had not held a prisoner of consequence in over 3 centuries, yet they had lost none of their foreboding atmosphere. Gandalf sat upon the single stone bench in his cell, the enchanted manacles around his wrists dampening his connection to the arcane energies that had been his companions for longer than any mortal could remember. 5 days, came a gruff voice from the corridor outside. 5 days since the millennial catastrophe, and the kingdom teeters on the brink of chaos. A tall man clad in battered armor stepped into view, his once proud bearing diminished by the tarnish of disgrace. Sir Kaladin of the Westmarch had once been first knight of the realm, before accusations of cowardice had stripped him of rank and honor. "Have you come to gloat, Kaladin?" Gandalf asked, no heat in his voice. "I've come seeking truth," the fallen knight replied, unlocking the cell door with a key that should have been impossible for him to possess. The Titans stir in the crepuscular mountains. Without the crown to maintain the ancient spells of binding, they will awaken within a fortnight. Gandalf rose slowly, his ancient joints protesting. "And what concern is that of yours? A knight stripped of duty. I serve Oradoria, not titles," Kaladin said simply, "as does Zephyra." From behind the knight stepped a woman wrapped in diaphanous robes that seemed to shift color with each motion. Her skin was the deep bronze of the southern tribes, decorated with swirling silver tattoos that followed the pathways of the wind. Most striking were her eyes, completely white, without pupil or iris, yet seeing far more than ordinary vision could perceive. "When speaker," Gandalf acknowledged, with a respectful nod. "The currents of fate are turbulent. Grey Wanderer," Zephyra replied, her accent musical and strange. "I have seen fragments of what is to come, the crown in shadow, the twin stars divided, the pact unraveling." "You stand at the nexus of these threads." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows rose in surprise. "You seek my help? I am branded traitor and condemned by royal decree. The princess sent us," Kaladin revealed, his voice dropping to a whisper. "Officially, you escaped through arcane means. Unofficially, you have 13 days to recover the crown before your execution is scheduled." The wizard's eyes narrowed. "Elenial is cleverer than I gave her credit for. She is her father's daughter," Kaladin said with the ghost of a smile, "and she is convinced there is more to this theft than a simple legend come to life." Gandalf passed a weathered hand over his face. "There is indeed." And the truth may be more terrible than the theft itself. The Whispering Woods marked the eastern boundary of Oradoria, a place where reality grew thin and the boundaries between worlds blurred like watercolors in rain. Massive trees with luminescent bark stretched toward a sky permanently caught between dusk and night, their branches creating cathedrals of living wood. Gandalf led their small party along a path that seemed to appear beneath their feet with each step, only to vanish behind them like the trail of a ship at sea. Zephyra walked with confident grace despite her blindness, occasionally tilting her head as if listening to voices only she could hear. Kaladin brought up the rear, his hand never straying far from his sword hilt, eyes constantly scanning the ethereal forest. "The veil thins here," Zephyra murmured. "The winds speak of watching eyes and ancient bargains." "Indeed," Gandalf confirmed. "This forest remembers the covenant made 1,000 years ago, when the first Luminar king sought to ensure his dynasty would never fall." He paused beneath a tree whose bark pulsed with gentle azure light, placing his palm against its surface. The wood seemed to ripple at his touch, responding to some unspoken command. "What I tell you now has been kept secret by royal decree for a millennium," the wizard continued. "When King Arthelius founded the dynasty, he feared his heirs would not possess his wisdom. He sought a way to preserve his guidance for generations to come." The tree's illumination intensified, spreading to nearby trunks as if the forest itself was listening. "I was young then," Gandalf said softly, "barely 3 centuries into my time on this realm. I helped him locate entities old enough to grant his wish, the astral weavers, beings who existed between the fabric of life and death." Kaladin's expression darkened. "You trafficked with spirits." "Worse," Gandalf admitted. "We made a pact. The weavers would bind Arthelius' soul to a crown of enchanted metal upon his death, allowing him to guide his son from beyond. In exchange, they required tribute." Zephyra's sightless eyes widened. "Oh, the souls are not there willingly." "No," Gandalf confirmed grimly. "Each monarch who wears the crown is bound to it upon death, their essence harvested by the weavers, who take a portion for themselves before binding the remainder to the artifact. With each generation, the price has grown. The prosperity of Oradoria has been purchased with the eternal servitude of its rulers." Kaladin's hand closed around his sword hilt. "And you permitted this abomination?" "I was young and foolish," Gandalf replied, a weight of ages in his voice. "By the time I understood the full horror of what we had created, the pact was beyond my power to break. I could only watch as generation after generation was consumed, and the weavers grew stronger with each harvest." "But what of Nyktos?" Zephyra asked. "How does the Shadow Mage connect to this dark bargain?" Gandalf's expression grew more troubled still. 25 years ago, Queen Ilaria gave birth not to 1 child, but 2, twins, a girl and a boy. The boy bore a birthmark across his heart, the crescent eclipse, sign of the Twilight Herald prophesied to end the Luminar dynasty. Understanding dawned on Kaladin's face. "You hid the boy." "At the king's command," Gandalf nodded. "I spirited the infant away, placing him with a family in the Shadow Marches. I cast spells of concealment to hide his true nature and watch over him from afar. But somewhere along the way, he discovered his heritage and embraced arts darker than any I could have foreseen. And now he returns to claim what he sees as his birthright," Zephyra mused, unaware that the crown he stole contains a horror beyond imagining. "Or perhaps fully aware," Gandalf countered. "If he breaks the pact and releases the souls, the weavers will not remain passive. Their retribution will be terrible, and the Titans will be the least of our concerns." The forest around them had grown unnaturally still, as if holding its breath. Then, like a sigh, the wind picked up, carrying whispers that made the leaves tremble. "He is here," Zephyra announced, her head tilting toward a clearing ahead. And he is not alone. The trees parted before them, revealing a circle of ancient standing stones, each carved with runes that predated the kingdom itself. In the center stood Niktos, the crown of 1,000 souls, hovering above an altar of black glass. Around him, translucent figures shimmered in and out of visibility, the astral weavers, drawn to the impending breaking of their covenant. "Ah, the architect of my exile," Niktos called out, his voice echoing strangely. "Come to witness the liberation of our ancestors, Gandalf, or to preserve your precious pact?" "I come seeking balance," Gandalf replied, stepping into the circle. "What you attempt will unleash forces beyond your control, Niktos. The crown's magic is bound to the very foundations of Oradoria. Then let it fall," the Shadow Mage declared, his resemblance to Elenial striking even in the ghostly light. "A kingdom built on stolen souls deserves no less." Kaladin drew his sword, its enchanted blade glowing within a fire. "The innocent will suffer most, Shadowborn." "As I suffered," Niktos demanded. "My castaway at birth? Denied my heritage, all because of a mark and a prophecy?" "I wronged you," Gandalf acknowledged, spreading his empty hands. "But this vengeance will consume far more than those who deserve your wrath." For a moment, the Shadow Mage hesitated, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features, then his jaw hardened. "Too late for regrets, old one," he said, raising his hands toward the crown. "And the pact ends tonight." As Niktos began an incantation that made the very air shudder, Zephyra stepped forward, her blind eyes fixed on something beyond mortal perception. "There is another way," she announced, her voice carrying the authority of prophecy. "The twins together, one who was hidden, one who was chosen, can reforge the covenant without bondage." The weavers, spectral forms, grew more distinct, their attention shifting to the wind speaker. Gandalf's eyes widened as he grasped her meaning. "The original pact required royal blood freely given," he said urgently, "not eternal servitude. Arthelius twisted the agreement to ensure his continued influence." "And you allowed it," Niktos accused. "Yes," Gandalf admitted, "a mistake I have regretted for centuries." But Zephyra speaks truth. Twins of the royal line, acting in concert, could reshape the magic into something beneficial rather than parasitic. "You expect me to forgive?" Niktos demanded, though his hands lowered slightly. "To help the sister who took my place." "I expect you to choose," Gandalf replied simply. Between vengeance that destroys a kingdom or justice that transforms it." A tense silence fell over the clearing, broken only by the whispers of the weavers as they conferred among themselves. Then, like a distant trumpet call, a new voice rang through the woods. "Brother," called Princess Elenial, stepping from between the ancient trees. "I have come to hear the truth, and to offer atonement." As the royal twins faced each other across the circle of stones, the crown of 1,000 souls began to pulse with renewed light. Not the cold illumination of trapped spirits, but the warm glow of possibility. And Gandalf, ancient guardian of terrible secrets, dared to hope that from the ashes of his greatest mistake might rise something worthy of redemption. Story 4. The sky above Ravenspire Tower bled crimson as the white mage Alamir fell. His final incantation, words of such terrible power they scorched the very air, had momentarily pushed back the encroaching spectral mist and the corrupted horde that marched within it. But even the greatest of wizards had limits, and Alamir had reached his... Gandalf knelt beside his fallen mentor, heedless of the battle still raging around them. The ancient wizard's once vibrant eyes had faded to the pale blue of winter ice, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he clutched the staff of Australium to his chest. The artifact hummed with barely restrained power, its crystalline head pulsing with starlight captured millennia ago when the world was young. "The oath passes to you," Alamir whispered, his voice cracking. "The portal must be sealed, Gandalf. The juramento, the ancient oath, is now yours to bear." With trembling hands, the dying mage pressed the staff into Gandalf's grasp. The moment their magics connected, visions flooded Gandalf's mind. A swirling cosmic doorway between dimensions, ancient guardians standing eternal watch, and finally, the corruption that now threatened to devour the Freelands. Knowledge and responsibility crashed upon him like a tidal wave, nearly driving him to his knees. "The spectral Lord Krazak advances," Alamir continued, blood staining his ivory robes. "He must not reach the portal. Take the Australian path through the petrified forest, find the doorway, seal it." The white mage's final breath escaped in a sigh that seemed to carry hints of prophecy. Beware, the price of power, every spell. Your life. As Alamir's eyes closed for the final time, the staff of Australium flared brilliantly, binding itself to its new master. Gandalf felt the ancient magic course through his veins like liquid fire, filling him with power he had never known and knowledge he had never sought. "I will honor your sacrifice, old friend," Gandalf murmured, rising to his feet with newfound resolve. Even as he stood, he felt a curious sensation, a slight ache in his joints, a subtle whitening of his beard. The staff's hunger had already begun. 3 days later, Gandalf stood at the edge of the refugee encampment, watching as the remnants of the Freelands, armies established defensive positions along the Silvermere River. With each passing hour, more survivors straggled in, farmers, villagers, and soldiers alike, all fleeing the inexorable advance of the spectral mist. A figure approached from the makeshift command tent, a female elf whose fluid grace could not mask the grief etched into her features. Her armor bore the crest of the Silverleaf clan, though the emblem was partially obscured by dark stains that spoke of recent combat. "The Western scouts have returned, Grey Wizard," she announced, her musical voice hardened by sorrow. "The mist has overtaken Gladewatch and Everoak. My homeland is no more." Gandalf turned to face Lyra Silverleaf, the last surviving captain of the Elven archers and the sole member of her family to escape Krazak's assault on the woodland realm. "I grieve with you, Captain," he said softly. "But we cannot allow sorrow to blind us to what must be done." "And what must be done?" came a gruff voice from behind them. "Besides watch as more lands fall to that abomination?" Grimvald the Ironheart stepped into view, his massive war axe strapped across his broad back. The warrior's face was weathered as old leather, his beard braided with iron beads that clinked softly as he moved. Despite his gruff demeanor, his eyes held a wisdom that belied his martial appearance. "The Staff of Australium." Grimvald nodded toward the artifact in Gandalf's grip. Alamir finally passed it on, then Gandalf's brow furrowed. "You speak as if you know of its power." "I know more than most," the warrior replied cryptically, "about the staff and about what lies beyond the portal of dimensions." Before Gandalf could question him further, a wave of murmurs spread through the camp. To the east, the horizon darkened as tendrils of the spectral mist probed forward, testing the defenses. Within the swirling grey vapor, shadowy figures moved with unnatural purpose. "They advance faster than we anticipated," Lyra observed, her hand moving instinctively to the enchanted bow at her side. Gandalf raised the Staff of Australium, feeling its power surge in response to the approaching threat. Then we have no time to waste. I must journey to the portal and seal it before Krazak's forces can breach its bounds. You'll need guides, Grimwald stated matter-of-factly. The petrified forest doesn't surrender its secrets easily, and what lies beyond it is more treacherous still. We leave at first light, Gandalf declared, his eyes fixed on the encroaching darkness. Pack only what you can carry on a swift march. As he spoke the words, he felt the staff pulse once more. A strand of his dark hair turned silver-white before his eyes, drifting to the ground like autumn leaves. The price of power, every spell, every invocation, would age him incrementally, draining his mortal essence. It was a price he would pay willingly, for the alternative was unthinkable. The petrified forest loomed before them, a maze of stone trees frozen in their final moments of life. Their twisted forms reached toward the perpetually shadowed sky like the hands of drowning men grasping for salvation. No birds sang here, no insects chirped, only the wind moved, whistling through the stone branches with a mournful keening that sounded almost like forgotten names. Even in the ancient days, this place was shunned, Lyra murmured, her elven senses clearly discomfited by the unnatural stillness. My people tell stories of a time when these were living trees, until they witnessed something so terrible that nature itself turned to stone in horror. Grimwald grunted non-committally, though his hand never strayed far from his axe. The stories I heard were less poetic. A wizard's duel gone wrong, a curse thrown without thought for consequences. Gandalf listened to their banter with half an ear, his focus on the faint thrum of magic that pulsed beneath the petrified ground. The staff of Astralium resonated with it, drawing him forward along invisible ley lines that had been ancient when the mountains were young. The Astralium path reveals itself, he said finally, pointing toward what appeared to be a random collection of stone trees. To his enchanted sight, however, they formed a pattern, a doorway of sorts, leading deeper into the forest's heart. This way. As they journeyed deeper, the quality of light changed, becoming diffuse and dreamy. Time seemed to stretch and contract unpredictably. Occasionally, Gandalf would catch glimpses of movement from the corner of his eye, shadowy figures that vanished when directly observed. "We're being watched," Lyra whispered, her bow half drawn. "The Guardian servants," Grimwald replied quietly. "Testing our resolve." Gandalf shot the warrior a sharp look. "You know much about matters most consider legend, Grimwald." The warrior met his gaze steadily. "I have my reasons, wizard." Before Gandalf could press him further, the forest opened into a vast clearing. At its center stood a circle of 9 obelisks, each carved with runes that shifted and changed as they watched. Between them, the air shimmered like the surface of a pond disturbed by a thrown stone, reflecting colors that had no name in any mortal tongue. "The portal of dimensions," Gandalf breathed, feeling the staff of Astralium vibrate in response. "And its corruption," Lyra added, pointing to where tendrils of the same spectral mist they had fled were seeping through the shimmering barrier, like ink spreading through water. As they approached the circle, the mist coalesced, forming into a towering figure clad in armor of shadow and bone. Its face was hidden behind a helm shaped like a screaming skull, but the voice that emerged was surprisingly melodious, if underlaid with echoes of suffering. "The new Guardian arrives," Lord Krazak declared, bearing Alamir's staff and Alamir's folly. Gandalf raised the staff of Astralium defensively, feeling its power surge. His beard whitened further, strands of silver replacing brown as the artifact drew upon his life force. "Stand aside, Shadow Lord," he commanded. "I come to seal what should never have been opened." A hollow laugh echoed from behind the skull helm. As I once did, Grey Wanderer, as I once did. With deliberate movements, Krazak removed his helm, revealing a face that might once have been handsome, now half consumed by the same mist that surrounded him. One eye remained human, filled with endless sorrow, while the other swirled with spectral energy. "Do you not recognize me, old friend?" the corrupted being asked. "Has it been so long?" Recognition dawned like a cold sunrise in Gandalf's mind. "Calentha, but you vanished 3 centuries ago during the First Mist War." "I did not vanish." Krazak, once Calentha the Wise, replied, "I sacrificed. I took the Guardian's oath, as Alamir did after me, and as you prepare to do now." Grimwald stepped forward, his expression grim. "Tell him the truth, brother. Tell him what the oath truly demands." Lyra's eyes widened. "Brother?" "Half-brother," Grimwald corrected, never taking his eyes from Krazak. "Before he was Lord of Shadows, he was Calentha Ironheart, first son of my father's house." Gandalf's mind raced, piecing together fragments of legend and whispered warnings. "The Guardian's eternal watch," he murmured. "Nah, not just a poetic title, but literal truth." Krazak nodded, a gesture terribly human from such an otherworldly being. "The portal requires a living soul to maintain its integrity. The Guardian does not guard against intrusion from beyond. The Guardian becomes the seal itself, merging with the barrier between worlds. But the corruption," Gandalf gestured toward the seeping mist. "The armies of twisted creatures. A Guardian can only maintain the seal for so long before the otherworldly energies begin to transform them," Krazak explained. "Centuries of exposure to the spaces between dimensions. It changes one. The mind fragments. Perspective shifts." His human eye reflected infinite sadness. "I have been the seal for 300 years, Gandalf. I can hold back the tide no longer." Understanding crashed upon Gandalf with terrible clarity. The oath he had inherited was not simply to protect the portal, it was to become its next sacrifice, to surrender his mortal existence and become part of the cosmic architecture, holding back forces that would otherwise consume reality itself. "There must be another way," Lyra insisted, looking between the 3 men with growing horror. "If there were, do you not think generations of the wisest mages would have found it?" Grimwald asked gently. Krazak extended a hand wreathed in spectral energy. "The choice is yours, Gandalf. Take my place willingly, or watch as the portal collapses completely. Already, the mist seeps through. Already, my armies, extensions of my fragmented consciousness, march upon your world." Gandalf looked down at the staff of Astralium, understanding now why each spell aged him, why the magic consumed his life force. It was preparing him, transforming him gradually into a being capable of merging with the portal. "How long?" he asked quietly. "How long before I, too, become corrupted?" Krazak finished. "It depends on the strength of your will. Centuries, perhaps. Long enough that those you save today will be dust in their graves before you become a threat to their descendants." A cold certainty settled over Gandalf. This was why Alamir had chosen him, why the staff had accepted him. The oath was not just words, it was destiny. "If I refuse," he asked, though he already knew the answer. "Then the worlds collide," Krazak replied simply. "And reality as you know it ends." Gandalf straightened, his decision made. He turned to his companions, Lyra with her grief-hardened determination, Grimwald with his ancient family burden, and offered them a smile tinged with sorrow. "Return to the Freelands," he instructed. "Tell them the mist will recede. Tell them they are safe." "Gandalf," Lyra began, but fell silent, recognizing the futility of argument. The wizard approached the portal, staff extended. Krazak stepped aside, his form already beginning to dissolve as his long vigil neared its end. One final warning. The fading guardian whispered, "Hold to your sense of self for as long as you can. Remember your name, your purpose. It will grant you centuries of clarity before the inevitable fragmentation begins." As Gandalf stepped into the circle of obelisks, the staff of Australium blazed with blinding light. His remaining brown hair turned silver-white in an instant as the artifact drew deeply on his life essence, preparing him for the transformation. The shimmering barrier between worlds rippled, reaching out tendrils of cosmic energy that enveloped him like lovers' arms. "And Gandalf the Grey, take up the Guardian's oath," he declared, his voice resonating with power. "Between worlds I stand, between realities I hold the line. Until release or dissolution, I am the seal and the watcher." The last thing he saw before the portal consumed him was Krazak's form dissolving completely, the relief of a prisoner finally granted pardon evident even as he faded to nothing. Then Gandalf too was gone, not dead, but transformed into something beyond mortal comprehension. His consciousness stretched across the barrier between dimensions. In that moment, throughout the free lands, the spectral mist began to recede, its animate servants collapsing into dust. The invasion was halted, the worlds once more separated by the sacrifice of a single soul. And in the spaces between realities, Gandalf the Grey began his eternal watch, clinging to memories of who he had been and the oath he had sworn to keep. Story 5. Smoke still rose from the ruins of Valoria when Gandalf arrived. Thin grey tendrils spiraling into the twilight sky like the last desperate prayers of the dead. Once the mightiest city-fortress in the western realms, Valoria now lay shattered, its legendary white towers reduced to jagged stumps, its enchanted walls breached and crumbling. The wizard's weathered face remained impassive as he guided his mount through what had once been the Grand Eastern Gate, though his eyes, ancient and grey as storm clouds, betrayed a sorrow deeper than the mountain roots. 3 days prior, the black dragon Malakar had descended upon the city without warning or provocation, a nightmare of obsidian scales and purple flame that had turned the alabaster jewel of the realm into a charnel house in the span of a single blood-soaked hour. None knew why the beast had chosen Valoria, why its fury had been so absolute, or why it had vanished as suddenly as it had appeared. None save Gandalf, perhaps, though even his knowledge was fragmentary, suspicions rather than certainties. "You arrived too late, Grey Wanderer," came a voice from the shadows of a half-collapsed archway. "As did we all." A figure emerged, clad in the silver-chased armor of the neighboring kingdom of Azure Haven. The insignia on her breastplate marked her as royalty, Princess Elindra, heir to the Azure throne and commander of her father's elite Moonsilver Guard. Her face, though beautiful, was streaked with ash and set in grim determination. "I come not to save Princess, but to understand," Gandalf replied, dismounting with the fluid grace that belied his apparent age. "And the Council of Mages sent me to investigate what happened here. Investigation requires something to examine," Elindra said bitterly, gesturing at the devastation around them. The dragon left little but ash and bone. Gandalf's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied the princess. "And yet you search these ruins with great interest, Your Highness. One might wonder why Azure Haven's heir would risk herself among such dangerous rubble when diplomatic representatives would suffice." A new voice interjected before Elindra could respond, deep and melodious, with the subtle accent of the southern marches. Perhaps the princess shares your curiosity, wizard. Or perhaps she seeks something specific among the ashes. The speaker stepped from behind a toppled column, a tall man with the sun-bronzed skin of the Southlands. His attire spoke of hard travels and harder fights. Leather armor, worn smooth with use, a curved blade at his hip, and a recurved bow slung across his back. His face might have been handsome once, before a trio of parallel scars had claimed his left cheek from eye to jaw. Drakkar, Elindra acknowledged with visible distaste, still scavenging. I prefer salvaging, the mercenary corrected with a smile that didn't reach his eyes. Though I might ask what treasures of Valoria interest Azure-Haven so keenly. Gandalf tapped his staff once upon the stone-strewn ground, drawing the attention of both. Fascinating as this territorial dispute may be, I suggest we postpone it. And night approaches, and these ruins will not grow safer in darkness. He turned without waiting for response, moving deeper into the devastated city with purpose. Elindra and Drakkar exchanged a glance, brief alliance in mutual suspicion. Before following, the heart of Valoria had suffered worst of all. Where the royal spire had once soared 400 feet into the sky, a tower of enchanted marble and moonstone that had stood for 9 centuries, now lay a crater of blackened stone. Heat still radiated from the depths, causing the air to shimmer and distort. Gandalf paused at the crater's edge, his expression unreadable as he surveyed the destruction. Then, with unexpected swiftness, he began to descend into the pit, using his staff to steady himself on the treacherous slope. "Wizard, you cannot," Elindra began, but Drakkar laid a restraining hand on her armored forearm. "Let him go," the mercenary murmured. "If something waits below, better he discover it first." At the center of the crater, Gandalf knelt and swept aside a layer of fine ash with his hand. Beneath it, something gleamed, not gold or silver, but a crystalline structure that pulsed with inner light. With reverent care, the wizard excavated the object, revealing a multifaceted crystal the size of a man's fist, its interior swirling with luminous mist. "Impossible," Gandalf whispered, his composure cracking for the first time. Luminoth? Within the crystal, the mist coalesced into a vaguely humanoid shape that seemed to gaze outward at Gandalf. Though no sound emerged, the wizard's expression suggested communication of some kind transpired. After a long moment, Gandalf rose, the crystal cradled carefully in his palm. As he climbed back to the crater's rim, both Elindra and Drakkar noted the new gravity in his bearing, the shadow of ancient knowledge that had settled across his features. "What did you find?" Elindra demanded, her hand unconsciously moving to the hilt of her ceremonial sword. "Not what," Gandalf echoed Drakkar's earlier words, "but who." He opened his hand, revealing the crystal. "This contains the essence of Archimago Luminoth, my mentor and the greatest wizard of the previous age. I believed him destroyed 5 centuries ago, during the Cataclysm of Shadows." A trapped soul. Drakkar's hand made a reflexive warding sign. "Dark magic." "Preservation magic," Gandalf corrected, "and Luminoth is not trapped, but preserved by his own design. A final gambit, it seems, against an ancient foe." Elindra's brow furrowed. "The dragon. Malakar has existed for millennia, according to our histories. Not the dragon," Gandalf shook his head. "The force that controls it." As twilight deepened into true night, the 3 unlikely companions made camp within the relative shelter of what had once been Valoria's grand library. Most of the books had been reduced to ash, but the stone walls remained mostly intact, offering protection from the bitter wind that had begun to sweep across the ruins. by the light of a small fire, kindled with a word and gesture from Gandalf rather than flint and tinder. The wizard explained what Luminoth's essence had revealed to him. "A Malakar is indeed ancient," he began, his voice taking on the cadence of a master storyteller. But he was not always the destroyer. Once, he was Malakar the Vigilant, guardian of the Western realms against threats from the outer dark. The crystal pulsed on a flat stone beside him, as if in confirmation. 5 centuries ago, during the Shadow Wars, King Eldrith of Valoria sought greater protection for his realm. Ancient texts spoke of an artifact of tremendous power, the Amulet of Shadows, that could bend darkness itself to the wielder's will. Gandalf's expression grew distant, touched with regret. "I was young then, barely into my 2nd century, arrogant in my growing powers. When Eldrith commissioned the amulet's creation, I volunteered my services, eager to prove myself worthy of Luminoth's teachings." "You created this amulet?" Elindra asked, her voice sharp with accusation. "With others?" Gandalf nodded. 7 mages combined their arts to craft the 7 orbs of power that comprised the amulet, but we were blind to the consequences. The orbs drew their power from the void between worlds, and such power corrupts. Drakkar leaned forward, the firelight casting his scarred face in dramatic relief. "The king used this amulet on the dragon," he surmised, "attempted to bind a guardian to his will." "Yes," Gandalf confirmed, "but Malakar's essence was too powerful, too primal to be fully controlled. The amulet warped him instead, transforming guardian to destroyer. Luminoth foresaw the danger and confronted Eldrith, but too late. The king had already invoked the binding. In the catastrophe that followed, Valoria was spared, barely, but at terrible cost. Luminoth sacrificed himself to defeat Malakar, shattering the amulet and scattering its orbs across the realm. The dragon fled, grievously wounded, and Luminoth's physical form was destroyed. Only his essence, preserved in this crystal, remained." Elindra's eyes widened in sudden understanding. "And now someone is gathering the orbs again. One has already been found," Gandalf confirmed grimly. "The orb of flame, recovered from the volcanic depths of Mount Dar by treasure hunters 3 months past. Its activation awakened Malakar from centuries of dormancy and drew him here, to the site of his corruption. To destroy any who might reassemble the amulet," Drakkar reasoned. "A vengeful act, but perhaps not an evil one. If only it were so simple," Gandalf sighed. "The dragon's mind is broken, fragmented by centuries of magical torment. He does not seek to prevent the amulet's reassembly, he hungers for it. The orb of flame calls to the remaining 6, and through them, to him." "Then we must find them first," Elindra declared. "Before this, Malakar, or whoever awakened the first orb, can claim them." "We?" Drakkar raised an eyebrow. "An interesting choice of pronoun, princess. My father sent me to assess Valoria's fall because our seers foresaw greater dangers emerging from its ashes," Elindra replied coolly. "It seems they were correct. Azure Haven will not stand idle while such a threat gathers. Nor will the southern marches," Drakkar stated with unexpected intensity. Something in his voice caused Gandalf to study him more closely. "You are more than you appear, Drakkar of the South," the wizard observed. "Your accent may be that of the marches, but your bearing speaks of different origins." The mercenary's expression closed like a shuttered window. "We all have our secrets, wizard." "Indeed," Gandalf conceded. "And then some must remain so, for now." He returned his attention to the crystal, which had begun to pulse more rapidly, its inner light fluctuating in complex patterns. "Luminoth warns that we have little time. The awakening of the first orb has set events in motion that cannot easily be halted. What exactly happens if all 7 orbs are reunited? Elindra asked. Gandalf's expression grew grave. The amulet of shadows was never merely a tool for controlling a dragon princess. Its true purpose was far darker. The void between worlds is home to entities far more terrible than anything that walks our realm. The fully empowered amulet would tear open the barriers between realities, allowing such entities passage into our world. The end of everything, Drakkar murmured. Not everything, Gandalf corrected. But the end of the world as we know it. A transformation so complete that what emerged would be unrecognizable. A realm of shadow and madness, ruled by cosmic horrors beyond mortal comprehension. He rose, his tall frame silhouetted against the dying fire. Rest while you can. Dawn brings the beginning of our hunt, and the path ahead holds dangers beyond the merely physical. As Elindra and Drakkar settled into uneasy slumber, Gandalf stood watch, the crystal cradled in his palm. Within its faceted depths, Luminoth's essence swirled in patterns that spoke of ancient knowledge and dire warnings. "Yes, old friend," the wizard whispered, "I understand the price. My creation, my responsibility." His gaze drifted to his sleeping companions, the warrior princess with her hidden agenda, the mercenary with his shrouded past, though perhaps this time I need not face it alone. In the distance, beyond the ruined walls of what had once been the greatest city in the realm, a shadow passed momentarily across the stars, vast wings blotting out constellations before vanishing into the night. Malakar circled his handiwork, driven by compulsions he could neither understand nor resist. The hunt for the 7 orbs had begun, and with it, a race against time to prevent the unmaking of the world. Story 6. The 7 stars fell on the eve of the blood moon, streaking across the midnight sky like celestial tears, each landing in a different realm of Ethoria. Their descent shattered the tranquility of the night, leaving trails of shimmering azure light that lingered long after they had disappeared beyond the horizon. In his ancient tower at the edge of the Whispering Mountains, Gandalf the Grey stood watching, his weathered hands gripping the stone parapet. The stars' paths had not surprised him. He had been watching the skies for this celestial sign for centuries, yet the dread that filled his heart was no less potent for its anticipation. "So it begins," he murmured to the wind, his long silver beard fluttering in the cool night breeze. "Okay, after 1,000 years, the Harbingers have returned." The oldest of the star fragments had fallen closest to his tower, plummeting into the heart of the Everwhisper forest below. Gandalf did not delay. With practiced haste, he gathered his staff, a tome of ancient incantations bound in dragonhide, and a small pouch of herbs that shimmered with their own inner light. By dawn, he had descended from his tower and entered the misty embrace of the ancient woodland. The forest seemed to acknowledge his presence, branches shifting to clear his path, whispering leaves carrying secrets of the fallen star. Gandalf followed their guidance until he reached a clearing that had not existed the day before. At its center lay a crater, and within it a pulsing azure crystal no larger than a man's fist, its light casting eerie shadows that danced among the trees. "The first star," Gandalf breathed, approaching the fragment with reverence and caution. The old legends spoke of their power and their purpose, but little of their danger. As his fingers touched the crystalline surface, searing pain shot through his arm. Visions flooded his mind, 7 figures standing against a shadow that devoured the light of the world. a great beast stirring beneath the obsidian mountains, ancient seals breaking one by one. When his senses returned, Gandalf found himself on his knees, a spectral mark emblazoned on his forearm, a constellation pattern that shifted and glowed beneath his skin. "Be the mark of the Celestial Guardian," he whispered, recognizing the sigil from texts older than Euphoria itself. With newfound urgency, Gandalf secured the star fragment within an enchanted container and began his journey. The visions had shown him the other 6 marked ones, strangers bound together by cosmic fate, each now bearing a star fragment's touch. He had to find them before the Inquisition Arcana did, for the Zealots would see the marked ones as heretics rather than saviors. In the bustling port city of Lyranth, Seraphina the blind oracle sat motionless in her chambers as city guards pounded at her door. Since the star's fall 2 nights prior, songs had poured unbidden from her lips, prophecies that frightened the city's nobility with talk of ancient terrors awakening. The star fragment had found her amidst her meditation, and when it touched her sightless eyes, visions of possible futures replaced her darkness. "The grey pilgrim comes," she sang softly as the door splintered open. "With wisdom and burden, the first of 7 arrives." As if summoned by her song, a flash of blinding light filled the chamber. When the guards' vision cleared, Seraphina was gone, spirited away by an elderly man in grey robes who had appeared and vanished like a phantom. Miles away, sheltered in a hidden grove, Gandalf introduced himself to the bewildered oracle. "How did you—" she began. "The stars grant certain possibilities," Gandalf replied, his voice gentle yet authoritative. "Your songs have reached my ears across the leagues, young oracle. We are bound by the same cosmic mark, for better or worse." Seraphina's hand instinctively moved to her temple, where an identical constellation pattern shimmered beneath her skin. "My visions speak of 5 others and a darkness returning." Gandalf nodded grimly. "Morgoth, the world devourer. An ancient entity that consumes realms whole, banished by the Guardians in an age long forgotten. The stars are a warning, and perhaps our only hope." The Council of the Marked gathered slowly over the following weeks. After Seraphina came Thorn, the obsessive scholar who had spent decades studying celestial prophecies in the great library of Astralheim. Then Lysen, a warrior princess from the Sunfire Islands who had encountered her star fragment while defending her kingdom's borders from marauders. Grimir, the dwarven forge master, joined them reluctantly, having attempted to smith his star fragment into a weapon, only to find it had infused his body instead, allowing him to create blades that sang with cosmic power. From the wild evergreen plains came Thoran, a reclusive druid who communed with the elements and who had embraced his star mark as a gift from nature itself. The 6th marked one proved most difficult. The Grand Inquisitor Dravus, once Gandalf's rival in the Arcane Council decades ago, now led the hunt for the star-cursed heretics. What none knew was that Dravus himself bore the 6th mark, hidden beneath his ceremonial armor, filling him with conflicted rage. It was during a midnight ambush when Inquisition forces surrounded the Marked One's hidden sanctuary in the ruins of an ancient temple that the truth emerged. As Gandalf prepared a last defense, Dravus stepped forward alone, removing his helmet and revealing the constellation mark blazing across his face. "Why do you hide among those you hunt?" Gandalf demanded, staff raised defensively. Dravus's laugh was hollow. "Because I have seen what comes, grey pilgrim. I have looked into the abyss between the stars and watched it stare back with hungry eyes. I sought to prevent this gathering, for the prophecy states clearly, when the 7 unite, Morgoth's return is assured." A heavy silence fell over the temple ruins. You misinterpret the ancient texts, Thorn the scholar interjected, his voice quavering with excitement and fear. The prophecy reads, "When the seven unite, the devourer shall rise to face his judgment." It speaks not of causing his return, but of being present for it, perhaps to stop it. Dravus's expression shifted, decades of certainty crumbling. "Show me," he whispered. Under the light of their combined star fragments, the scholar revealed texts and translations that painted a different picture of their cosmic destiny. The marks they bore were not curses, but tools, keys to access the power needed to bind Morgoth once more. With reluctant truce established, the seven marked ones began their preparations. Gandalf guided them in understanding their newfound abilities. Seraphina's visions grew more precise. Thorn's mind absorbed knowledge at impossible speeds. Lysen's combat prowess transcended mortal limitations. Grimir forged weapons capable of harming cosmic entities. Thoran communed with the very spirit of Euphoria itself. And Dravus, most surprisingly, developed the power to nullify Morgoth's corrupting influence. Gandalf's own abilities as a mage amplified tenfold, yet with each passing day, the burden of his secret knowledge grew heavier. The ancient texts had revealed one final, terrible truth. To complete the binding spell, one of the seven would need to sacrifice their essence, their very existence erased from the fabric of reality. The final confrontation came sooner than expected. Beneath the Obsidian Mountains, the last seal containing Morgoth fractured as the blood moon returned. The seven marked ones stood at the threshold of the ancient vault, feeling the malevolent pressure of the entity straining against its weakened prison. "Remember what we have practiced," Gandalf instructed, his voice steady despite the tremors shaking the cavern. "Form the septagram of binding. Channel the power of your star fragments through your marks." As they took their positions, each marked one began to glow with ethereal light, their constellation patterns pulsing in unison. The vault doors shattered inward, and darkness beyond darkness poured forth. Not merely an absence of light, but a hungering void that consumed everything it touched. "Freedom!" a voice thundered from within the void, ancient and terrible. "At last, Euphoria shall feed my hunger." Gandalf raised his staff, its crystal tip blazing with the combined light of seven stars. "Now!" he commanded, and the marked ones released their power, forming channels of pure cosmic energy between them. The binding ritual began to take shape, forcing the darkness to coalesce into a towering form. A writhing mass of shadow, with countless eyes that burned like dying suns. Morgoth roared in fury as the spell took hold, but its strength was immense, pushing back against their power. "It's not enough!" Dravus shouted over the cosmic tumult. "The binding is incomplete!" Gandalf knew the moment had come. The prophecy demanded its sacrifice. His eyes met Seraphina's, and he saw in her blind gaze that she too understood what must be done. "Forgive me," he whispered, preparing to step from the septagram and offer himself to complete the binding. But Seraphina moved faster, a sad smile gracing her lips. "This is the future I chose," she said, stepping into the center of their formation. "Remember my songs, Gandalf the Grey." Before anyone could stop her, Seraphina merged her essence with the binding spell. Her body dissolved into pure starlight, strengthening the chains that wrapped around Morgoth's form. The entity howled as it was compressed, contained, and finally sealed once more, not merely imprisoned, but diminished, its power scattered across the cosmos. As silence fell in the cavern, the remaining six stood in stunned grief. Where Seraphina had stood, only a small crystal remained, humming with a melody that seemed to carry her voice. "Does she knew?" Thorn whispered, tears streaming down his face. All along, she knew it would be her. Gandalf gently lifted the crystal, feeling the echo of Seraphina within it. She saw all possible futures, he said softly, and chose the one where Euphoria survives. The mark on Gandalf's arm faded slowly as they emerged from the mountains into the dawn of a new day. Above them, 6 stars shone distinctly in the morning sky, a new constellation that would guide travelers for generations to come. The 7th star was gone, its light sacrificed so that Euphoria might continue to bask in the light of all others. In the years that followed, Gandalf would often climb to his tower during clear nights, listening to the crystal that contained Seraphina's essence. On such nights, those nearby claimed they could hear a haunting melody carried on the wind, the song of fallen stars, telling of 7 heroes who saved the world from darkness, guided by a blind oracle who saw more clearly than all.